All rise.
Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning. Welcome. Court officer, can you please call the case?
This is file number case CBC 2020-04, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Peter Shala.
Thank you, court officer. Parties and participants, could you please tell the court who's present today? You have the floor, Mr. Prosecutor.
Good morning, Your Honors. Lina Pedersen, case manager, and then Eva Wheeler, Gaia Pergol, and Philip Polminicis, associate prosecutors.
Thank you. Victims' counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honours. I'm Simon Laws, counsel for the victims in this case, together with my co-counsel, Maria Radziowska.
Thank you. Thank you. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. We are here with Mr. Shala, who is in the detention center. And we are here with Mr. Edi Awini, our co-counsel, Ms. Petrovica, our case manager, Ms. Juliette Kolbe and Ms. Francisca De Castro, evidence review assistants, and Ms. Julia Temshi, intern and translator from the team. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well. Mr. Shala, can you confirm that you hear me well?
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Shala. So today we continue with the examination in chief by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, and then we will have the examination by Victims' Counsel and the cross-examination by the defense. That's the program for today. We will follow the same schedule as we had yesterday and the day before yesterday, so the usual 1.5 hour sessions with 2 breaks of 30 minutes and a 1.5 hour lunch. As yesterday, we will have the witness appearing via video link, and there is one point that I still had to make. We have some reference for the record with regard to the Albanian transcript of the witness interview with the SPO in 2022. These excerpts were used by the panel yesterday, and we use still the references. These were the reference used in the examination of witness 10. These are, and I will read them slowly for the interpreters and the stenographer. It is page 15, lines 3 to 5 of the transcript with ERN 108836 TRET. And this is part 1, and that corresponds to page 17, lines 15 to 17 of the transcript with ERN 108836 TRAT, part 1. And then the second reference is page 17, lines 16 to 18 of the transcript with ERN 108836 TRET, part 1. That corresponds to page 20, lines 8 to 12 of the transcript with ERN 108836 TRAT, part 1. I also have 2 general remarks I wish to make with respect to the items that the parties and Victims' Counsel intend to use during the questioning. It's first of all for streamlining the procedure. The proposal is that parties and victims' counsel first seek permission of the panel to call up an exhibit indicating why they wish to have it called up. If that can be done, of course, in public or in private, depending on what has to be shared with the panel in order to understand the reasoning. And if permission is granted, you may give the number of the exhibit, and then it will be pulled up. And if we follow this procedure, I hope that we can, we won't have overlapping speakers, what I noticed yesterday sometimes, just streamlining. Very well. Yes, and the second point is that, like also already was indicated several times yesterday, please indicate to the panel when the documents can be taken down. Yeah? Very well. Court officer, in the room where the witness will be, could you please bring in the witness and introduce everyone else in the room present alongside with the witness? Thank you.
Jan is present now in the investigation room is myself and the Secretary of the President.
Thank you, court officer. Mr. Witness, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you.
Again. Mr. Shala, can you hear the witness?
Yes, I can hear him well. Thank you.
Mr. Witness, how are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
We will continue with the examination by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. I remind you that you are still under oath to tell the truth. Is that clear to you?
Yes?
Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Witness. Welcome back. So I don't have a lot left, and I'd like to proceed this way. First, I have 3 questions that I want to ask you as follow-ups to matters we've already discussed yesterday. And then I have other 2 new topics that I need to cover before concluding my examination. My first question, follow-up question, is yesterday you told us that it was Jamshid Krasniqi who brought you to the Cook's Metal Factory. You also told us that he told you his name, you learned his name, in the room when he entered. And this you stated at page 50 of yesterday's provisional transcript. Now, I understand that after he brought you in, you saw Jamshid Krasniqi at least once when he entered the room and told you his name. Did you see him on other occasions as well?
Yeah.
No.
Thank you. You also told us yesterday that you had a mattress to sleep on. And these, Your Honors, would be at pages 80 to 81 of yesterday's provisional transcript. Did you always have mattresses to sleep on during your time, the month you spent in that room?
Yeah.
No, we didn't have them all the time.
Thank you. Your Honors, could we please move into private session for my next questions? Because I will explain, but we need to discuss evidence concerning protected individuals.
Mr. Court Officer, can you bring us into private session, please?
Thank you, Your Honor, for the time. Mr. Witness, thank you very much. I know it's not an easy task to ask you to recall yet again this what must have been painful events. I am done with this topic, and I have just one additional topic to cover, but before I move on, you told us this story. You told us about a man dying in the room where you were staying. You told us about another man being wounded, hearing shots outside the room. How did all of this make you feel at that moment, at that time, in that room?
Well, obviously I didn't feel safe. I wasn't all right. I felt stressed out, and I was thinking what could happen.
Were you afraid for your own life?
Yes, obviously I was afraid.
Thank you. Now, during your testimony, you have told us in detail about the time you were brought to the Cook's Metal Factory, the time you were detained, the treatment, the people you were with.
Mr. Prosecutor, to interrupt you. Just to verify if we should remain in private session or that we can go into public session.
We can go to public session. Thank you, Your Honor, for your reminder.
Mr. Court Officer, please bring us into a public session.
We're in public session, Your Honours.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. Please proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
We're in public session now, so let's be careful not to say your name or any other identifying details. I'll try to be careful myself. Now, you told the panel the story of your detention in that place. Now, can you tell the panel how you came to be released?
Yes. I was released when NATO entered Kosovo, and the doors were opened and I just left.
Now, during your detention and before being released, were you ever questioned by anybody? And I seem to recall, I don't remember the page right now, but I seem to recall you told us that once, it was during the day, you were indeed asked some questions.
You mean the provisional transcript, Mr. Prosecutor?
Correct, Your Honor.
For the record, I could say, but please have the colleagues verify that that is page 1222. But if that the page is what you meant.
Thank you. My colleagues will verify that.
Okay.
Anyway, were you ever questioned during your detention, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Who questioned you? Do you know the identity of the person who questioned you? And you can say his name.
that moment,
At that moment, I didn't know him. After the liberation and return in Kosovo, I learned that it was Ecrem Kryeziu.
I mean, you found me.
I apologize. I apologize. It was a mistake. His name was Osman Kryeziu.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Now, you told the panel that you learned his name after the war. On the day that he questioned you, did he introduce himself in any way?
He said he was a judge or a prosecutor. I can't remember what he exactly said. And he said, I have to ask you some questions.
What organization, army, or entity he was, either a prosecutor or a judge? Did he specify that?
Yeah.
No.
Your Honor, could I please have, I just want to put to the witness an additional detail that he provided to the SPO during his interview during his interview, and if we could have 059351 TRET Part 2.
Yes, you may. Please,
on the screen.
Mr. Court Officer, proceed.
And that would be page 12, both in the English and in the Albanian versions. Now,
thank you.
Mr. Witness, at the time, during a previous interview with the SPO, the date of which I will not reveal, we were talking about this interview of yours, and you stated, I just know that when I was held for a month and then I was questioned, they took me to someone who was a prosecutor, and he said, I am a prosecutor of the KLA. He said that to me. I was just questioned for about half an hour, and I haven't seen him since then. Now, my first question is, from what you stated to the prosecutor at the time, this man stated that he was a prosecutor for the KLA. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that. To tell you the truth, it is possible that he said so.
I appreciate your trying to make an effort. Now, there's one thing that now I notice here, that you told us that you met this person after the war, and he told you his identity. But here you seem to have stated that you hadn't seen him since then, since the time he interrogated you. Did you see again interrogated you after the war?
I saw him once.
Thank you. Now, the end of your detention, and Your Honor, we can perhaps briefly put down the...
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer.
At the end of your detention, did you come to understand who was it that had detained you, under which authority, which group was responsible for your detention?
You used the word to arrest. I think that...
Well, Your Honor,
I don't know if it's an arrest.
It was deprived of his liberty.
I raise it here. He was brought from one location to the other location.
Very well. So the prosecutor asked you, is it correct that you came to understand that you were detained by the KLA? And you responded, that's true. I came to understand that Jamshid Krasniqi was a part of the KLA. But when he came to arrest me, he was in civilian clothing. Because earlier I had asked you, did you come to understand, who it is, what arrested you, which entity, which body? You said no. But from the question the answer you gave to the prosecutor, it seems that you came to understand that the person who, in your words, came to arrest you was part of the KLA. Do you recall, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, do you recall what questions this prosecutor or judge asked you during this interrogation before you were released?
Well, he asked, what did you do? What kind of work did you do? Where were you during the offensive? Where were you during the war? These sort of questions.
Did he give you any explanation as to why you had been deprived of your liberty for over a month?
No, he only said that he was sorry that he had no arguments against me.
Did anyone else during your detention ever explain to you why you were being deprived of your freedom for that time, during that time?
No, nobody said anything. They didn't give me any reasons.
Your Honors, you asked for a reference earlier as to when the witness talked about interrogation yesterday, and in the transcript, and it would be page 1222, lines 19 to 20.
Thank you.
Your Honors, could I please have on the screen a photo board identification that the witness carried out on the screen as ITF 000 13 100 to 000 13 122 red 3. At page 20, please. Mr. Witness, do you see the document on the screen?
Yes.
Do you see a signature under picture number 74?
Yes.
Signature.
Yes.
Signature.
This signature is mine.
As the person depicted in picture, in photograph number 74.
Yes.
Who that person is, please.
This person is Osman Kryeziu.
So, do you understand correctly? This is the person who introduced himself as a prosecutor and asked you questions before you were released. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm done with this document.
I heard, thank you for pulling it down, Mr. Court Officer. I heard the witness say prosecutor or judge. He didn't remember anymore.
Yes, correct. Correct.
Good.
Mr. Witness, we have come to the almost to the conclusion of my question. I just have another couple of additional questions. The first one is, this experience that you told us today, the detention, the beatings, seeing what you saw, the fear, how did all of this affect you as a person?
Of course, as a person, they did have a severe effect. It wasn't easy.
How did being separated from your family in times of war, or your family being in a refugee camp, how did that make you feel? What did that make you think at the time you were away from them during those difficult times?
Of course, I didn't feel good about it. I was, of course, thinking what happened, why it happened, these sort of things, and I couldn't wait to see my family again.
Were you concerned for your family's well-being, their ability to provide for themselves during your absence?
I was concerned, yes. My father was about 80 years old then, and of course I was thinking of them as well.
Your Honor, if I can just have a second with my colleagues before I proceed any further.
Please proceed.
Mr. Witness, I thank you very much for the efforts you've made to recall once more these painful events. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Mr. Witness, thank you. We will now first have a break and then continue. Victims' Counsel, will you be having questions after the break?
No, we have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Witness, we will now have a break and continue at 11:30. Yeah? I will ask Madame Court Officer to usher you out. We see you back in a while. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the witness is outside the remote room.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Before we adjourn, is there something the SPO would like to raise with the panel?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, is there something you would like to raise?
No, thank you.
Very well. And the Defense Counsel?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
Then after the break, we will continue with your cross-examination. We see each other back at 11:30. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. Let me start to see if the composition has changed on my right-hand side.
No changes, Your Honor.
No, no changes, Victims' Counsel, and no changes on the side of the defense team. I see that Mr. Shala is present. Very well. Then I will ask Madame Court Officer if she can bring in the witness again. Thank you. Mr. Witness, can you hear me?
Yes.
Welcome back. So, Victims' Counsel informed us that there were no questions from the side of Victims' Counsel. Now we will resume. We will start with the defense team. Defense Counsel, you have the floor for your cross-examination.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I just want to be sure that Mr. Shala hears the witness too.
Mr. Shala, can you hear the witness?
Yes.
A convincing yes. Thank you, Defense Counsel.
Yeah.
You have the floor.
Thank you. It seemed to be, indeed. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Witness. I am Mr. Gillissen, the Defense Counsel of Mr. Shala, the red robe, and I would like to ask you some questions to be sure to understand you perfectly well, or to obtain some more details about your statement and the testimony you made today. So thank you to be here with us. And the very first question I would like to ask you, in 1999, did you know anyone called Peter Shala when you was in Cook's Metal Factory?
Yeah.
No.
Thank you very much. It's very clear. Thank you for that. So, today you talk about, in the transcript of today, page 27, line 18 to 24, you talk about Mr. Ksemshit Krasniki, and you made a link. If I understand, this is the purpose of my question. Did you make a link between Mr. Krasniki and your arrest and your detention?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the question.
I will try to repeat in another way. Do you make a link between your arrest and your detention and Mr. Ksemshit Krasniki?
Yes.
In the past, before 1999, did you know Mr. Krasniki?
Yeah.
No.
And before 1999, did you know someone from the Ksemshit Krasniki family?
Yeah.
No.
I have to ask you, are you a passionate of football game?
Yes.
Mr. Court Officer, shall we go into private session?
We are in public session, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And about these mattresses and blankets, you told us today, page 81 of the transcript in line 122, that these mattresses and blankets disappear. Are you able enough to explain what was the situation about this disappearance?
No, wait. Shall we go for a moment to that? I don't remind that they disappeared. That's not my understanding. And is it page 81? Cannot be because we are at 51.
It's page 5, lines 18 to 20, and the transcript, the two-day transcript. I quote the transcript of yesterday. Yeah.
So today, or excuse
It's
me?
page 5,
Yes.
line 18
Did you
to
always?
20.
Did you always have a mattress to sleep on during your time, the month you spent in that room? No, we didn't have them all the time. Thank you. I don't see here that it disappeared. They could also have appeared. So they could not have been there and then appeared or have been given. So I would pose the question in a different way, please.
Yeah, sure, thank you. So, Mr. Witness, did you have, during your detention, blankets and mattresses at your disposal?
Yes, we did, except for a period of 1 day when they were removed from the room.
Yes, and about what I call this disappearance of the blankets and the mattresses, did you have a discussion with Mr. Samshit Krasniki about this disappearance?
I didn't know Jamshid Krasniqi, but at a certain moment when he appeared at the door and saw us lying on the concrete floor without blankets and without these thin mattresses, he asked us, since when do you not have these mattresses? We said, since 1 day, and there he said that he was Jamshid Krasniqi, and that's where I realized that it was him. And in the meantime, they brought us blankets and thin mattresses in the room.
So, did I understand you well? It seemed that Mr. Krasniki was not aware about the disappearance of the blankets?
No, he was not aware about that.
Thank you very much. And is it the same with the injuries you had? Did you have a discussion about that with Mr. Krasniki?
Mr. Witness, wait. Defense Counsel, for me this is too unspecific. Which injuries, when incurred, when did we discuss it?
So, during the discussion you had with Mr. Krasniki, did he address you about the injuries he was able to sew or to see?
Your Honor.
Wait, thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. I will ask the witness to be escorted out because we are going into the merits of the examination. Mr. Witness, I will ask Madam Court Officer to escort you out again. Thank you for your patience. Yes, bear with us a little bit more. We are waiting to be informed that the witness has been escorted out.
Notice the witness is now outside the room.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. May I suggest that we first establish a timeline of the events? Did this meeting with Mr. Krasniqi happen before or after the witness had been beaten? I think that's what counsel is referring to. And then whether at the time he had visible injuries. Then we can ask the witness whether Mr. Krasniqi addressed these injuries, because without that foundation, we were unable to ascertain the value of the answer that the witness would give.
Defense counsel, that was the point that I was trying to make earlier, that I think it's important that we establish that he had injuries, that they could be seen, and if Mr. Krasniqi addressed him with regard to those injuries, and if so, yes, what they discussed. Yeah, I think we are making the same point.
I think I have to quote the transcript of yesterday. It could be better. I think so.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Then we can proceed?
Yes, but before quoting yesterday's transcript, maybe we can put these questions to the witness, that, as Your Honor has suggested.
Yes, but you can... we are not going to repeat questions and answers that have already been given. So if he has said something on this point, I don't mind that that is repeated to bring the witness back there, and then we follow up. Yes? Very well. I see.
Perfect.
I see Defense Counsel nodding, and we have agreement on this. Madam Court Officer, would you be so kind to bring the witness back? Thank you. Mr. Witness, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear the witness? I see you nodding. I take that as a yes, and we record it as such.
Yes.
Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, yesterday, and we have it in the transcript of yesterday, page 92, line 10, and the followings, and page 94, with line 18 and the followings, you were talking about terrible scene of violence that create injuries, including to your eye. So, was it visible for someone who faced you at this moment?
Yes.
Do you remember a scene where Mr. Krasniqi saw these injuries or this injury and discussed it with you?
Yes.
So are you able enough to explain to the court what was the scene and what was the discussion you had with Mr. Krasniqi about that?
He asked me, who hit you? Did you see who hit you? I replied, no, I didn't. I didn't recognize that person. My head was bowed down and I just suddenly felt pain in my eye.
Thank you, it's very clear. Do I have to understand that Mr. Krasniqi was not aware that you have been beaten or you received some hurt?
Your Honor, just one thing.
Yes, that's correct.
Defense, Mr. Prosecutor, tell me.
Yeah, no. For the record, I want to object to the fact that the witness can state the facts, as he has stated them. That is that Mrs. Krasniqi asked him about these injuries. Now, whether Mr. Krasniqi was truthfully wondering whether he knew, whether he don't know, that we're entering the realm of speculation of the witness. Mrs. Krasniqi asked the witness about the injuries, and that is, I think, in my submission, all the witness can say on this topic.
That is taken on board, Mr. Prosecutor. For the record, we take that. The question can be asked, and the witness can say what he thinks that was the situation. And if you would like, in your redirect, you can address this issue again. But I see the point of the prosecutor.
Of course, and the answer of the witness was very clear. So I can go to another topic.
I would like to ask a question in this respect, a short one. Mr. Witness, where did this discussion take place?
This discussion took place in the room. We were in the room, whereas Jamshid Krasniqi was by the door, at the door.
And how often did Mr. Krasniqi visit you during the time you were there?
Only once, that time when he brought the blankets.
This episode and the mattress episode happened on the same day. Did you understand my question, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Is this yes an answer to the question if you understood me?
Yes.
Answer if the episode that Mr. Krasniqi asked you about the injuries was the same day that he had the blankets and the mattresses bring back.
Yes.
Defense counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. And about this topic, one more question, Mr. the Witness. After this discussion you had with Mr. Krasniqi, have you been beaten anymore by someone?
Yeah.
No.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to ask you a question about the shooting incident we were talking about today. And in the 2 days provisional transcript, page 13, line 1, you state at a certain moment, I only heard one shot. Just to clarify and to be sure.
The Defense Counsel, can we do this in public, just to be sure?
I think it could be in public, I think
Okay,
so.
good,
Yeah.
good,
Yeah.
good. Just to...
public session, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer.
Thank you. May I? Thank you very much.
You
Thank
may.
Thank you. So, Mr. Witness, you explain us today you were interviewed by a man, a person named Osman Kriyesu, and you explain us the interview you have. And you explain you have only this interview. Was Mr. Kriyesu surprised with the statement you provide him with?
For me, it's not. No, wait.
Yes.
About which conversation are we talking in time? Because he has had more than one conversation with this specific person.
I will quote the transcript, but he had only one conversation with Mr. Kriyesu. This is the only time he was interviewed during all the detention.
Yes, but he gave testimony that he also talked to him after the war. And it was not specified in your question which of the two occasions he referred to.
Okay.
And thank you for the reference in the transcript.
Yeah, I waited for the reference. And of course, I'm quoting the discussion, in reality, the interview he had with Mr. Osman Kriyesu in the Koksmetal factory in 1999. It's a two-day transcript, page 29, lines 11 to 14. And the question is, during this sole interview you have about the reason why you were detained in the formal factory in Cooks in 1999, I would like to know if Mr. Kriyesu was astonished with the statement and the answer you provide him with.
Yes.
And what said Mr. Kriyesu? What does he say when he hears your answer? He provides you with some comments, or what was his reaction?
He reacted as per normal. He said he was surprised as to the reasons I was inside.
So, does he seem to know that you were detained for 1 month?
Defense counsel, please wait, Mr. Witness. What? I don't understand the question well. Is your question, did he know that you were detained, that you had been detained for a month? Yeah. Did Mr. Kriyesu know, Mr. Witness, that you had been detained there for a month?
I don't know.
Please proceed, defense counsel.
Thank you very much. And how long after this interview with Osman Kriyesu were you released? Do you remember the time passed after this interview and you're released?
From what I can remember, it was 2 weeks later.
If, Your Honor, may I quote a document? Is SIT.
No.
Yeah.
Would you please inform me why you would like to quote. I mean, that means that we will pull up the exhibit, and then I can decide on it,
Yes,
and
of
then
course.
we can give the reference number to Mr. Court Officer, and then we provide it to the witness.
Yeah. Oh, in the statement I would like to read, the witness was very accurate about the answer with this question. He provide us, we provide the investigators with a very accurate information that didn't appear in the hearing till now.
So with regard to the time lapse between the interview and his release?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
okay, very well. So you would like to refresh the memory of the witness?
Absolutely. It's not a question to
Very well.
create a problem or something like that. Really, no, it's not a question of that.
Please, if you can give the reference to the court officer.
Yes, it's SITF 00013-047 dash SITF 00013-060 red 5, and the Albanian translation is SITF 000-13075 dash SITF 000-13088 red 5, page 13. In the English version and the Albanian version, it's page 13.
Thank you, Defense Counsel.
So there is no line in this document, but about the issue I would like to raise, I can quote.
Maybe you can, yes, okay.
Yeah.
But I would say it has taken a while for Mr. Witness. Defense Counsel is now going to read an excerpt from a prior statement of you in which you gave information regarding the time that passed between your conversation or discussion with Mr. Criesiu and your release, in order to see if you then remember how much time passed by. You have the floor, Defense Counsel.
Thank you very much. I want to quote something not too long, and this is in the middle of the page, almost in the middle of the page. He was very surprised when I told him B didn't comment. He said, I don't understand why you are here. He asked during this month, have you been interviewed? I say no. And then the following day, I went home. And this is the last word, of course, that I would like to ask to the witness to comment.
Mr. Witness, do you, I would make it more concrete. Mr. Witness, do you recall now that you were released the day after?
I do not remember. because I was released when the door was opened. When K4 and NATO entered Kosovo, that's when the door was opened, and that's when I went out, got out. I do not recall anything else.
Defense counsel, you have the floor if you would like to follow up.
Just ask to the witness, Mr. Witness, do you remember having an interview? So, Mr. Witness, during your interview with the SPO in 2019, you were shown some picture of people, correct?
Yes.
You asked the court officer to show you a document, a picture, and I provide the court officer with the number.
Can you indicate to the panel, without revealing too much about the content of the question, but why you would like to show this document?
To show him to the witness, to ask him if he is able to recognize a person who is in the picture or on the picture.
Okay. And in what framework of the allegations? In what context?
Yeah. Oh, it concerns a person who were detained or who claimed to be detained in Cooks in the same time that the witness, and I would like to know if he's able to recognize a person.
Please proceed. Mr. Court Officer, please proceed.
So it's 059341-059350, page 10. Yes, this is the picture.
I would ask an open question, Defense Counsel, please.
Yeah. So, Mr. the witness, do you see the picture?
Yes.
And do you recognize this person? Are you able enough to say if you know the name of this person or some information about this person?
Defense Counsel, you informed us that you were almost done, but then we will have this small piece done after the.
Yes, and after that that's over.
That's
for
what
sure. Thank you.
That's what I understood. Mr. Witness, we will now have a break for 1.5 hours till 2:30, and before I will ask to accompany you out of the remote location, I will ask the Specialist Prosecutor's Office to see where they stand for a possible next round. Mr. Prosecutor.
Your Honor, I guess it will depend on how this last question on the pictures go. We may or may not have a question or two concerning that, but otherwise I don't foresee having much or anything at all.
Okay, good. It's just to
Yes.
a kind of estimation
Yes.
to inform the,
Yes,
the
I-
witness how the afternoon
I
is
don't
going to look
expect
like.
having, I mean, if I have anything, it wouldn't take longer than 10 to 15 minutes, but maybe less than that.
Thank you. Victims Counsel, you will have the opportunity to ask any questions.
Yes, as things stand, Your Honour, we've nothing to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Mr. Witness, we will continue, as I said, after 2:30, and I foresee that we will finalize before the end of the working day in court. I hope you have a good lunch, and I hope you will be able to rest a little bit. Thank you very much. Madam Court Officer, could you accompany Mr. Witness out? Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Before we break for lunch, I will ask Mr. Court Officer to provide us with the ERN numbers that have been allocated to the items the witness has marked during the examination by the SPO.
Your Honor, can we do this in public session? We're still in private.
Yes, that's a very good idea, Defense Counsel. Mr. Prosecutor, Mr. Court Officer, could you bring us into public session, please?
We are in public session, Your Honours.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. Could you provide us, before we go for a break, with the ERN numbers that have been allocated to the items the witness has marked during the examination by the SPO?
Thank you, Your Honours. On the 2nd of May 2023, witness TW411, during examination in chief, made markings on ERN 074390. That marked image has been allocated ERN REG 00951, and it has been uploaded by Court Management Unit into legal workflow.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. We will resume at 2:30. I wish you a good lunch. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. And the composition is the same for the SPO, the same for Victims' Counsel, and the same for the defense. And I see that Mr. Shala is present. You can hear me fine, Mr. Shala? Am I the only one who didn't hear anything? I didn't hear anything. Could you retry, Mr. Shala?
Yes, I can hear you very well, Your Honor.
So, thank you, Mr. Shala. Good. So, we are in the same composition. We can proceed with the examination by the defense. And defense counsel, would you have the lines for us of the Albanian version that corresponds to the English version in order to be translated by the interpretation booth?
Yes, Your Honor. I think it's exactly the references I provided before. So it means page 27.
What I will do is I will ask Mr. Court Officer to pull up, if he may kindly pull up both the English and the Albanian version, so that we can compare while it's being translated, also the English version. So could you provide us, Defense Counsel, first with the English version? Thank you.
Document is 059351 TAET Part 2. And we can consider it could start from line 4 to 15. In the Albanian version, we can consider we could start from line 17 to line 3. And indeed, the problem is that in the Albanian version, we change of page. We have the page 27 and the page 28.
And on page 27.
And I hope to be clear.
Yes, we start by page 27. We start at line 17,
yeah.
And then we proceed on page 28 till line 3.
Yeah, I hope I'm clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
As soon as they are there. I will now refer myself to the interpretation booth. Mr. or Madam Interpreter, is this sufficient information to translate the Albanian version?
Yes, Your Honor.
And please proceed whenever you are ready.
Interpreters note that now they will interpret from line 17 on page 27 of the Albanian version.
interpretation we received. And in the meantime, I will compare it with what we received on the... I see the Defense Counsel standing. Please. And I will give later on the floor to the Specialist Prosecutor Office. Please.
If I may, Your Honor, no major discrepancy. Just one point I noticed is we didn't see him made by the interpreters. And if we look at page 27, at the line 7, the English transcript said we didn't see each other very well there either. That's the discrepancy I noticed.
Does the SPO want to add something to that or to confirm? Or?
No, Your Honor, nothing to add.
Okay.
That we are also of the same view.
Okay, that is good. Defense Counsel, does that give rise for you when I will be inviting the witness in to pose further questions to the witness on this point?
For me, it's okay. It's very clear. But I think we received the answer from the witness just before, I think so.
Yes, yes,
so
but we have now gone into the interpretation because the text, the English text, could be slightly different, and you confirm that there's no reason for you to make any further questions.
And I can try to rephrase a question, but sure.
No, you don't. If you say that you're informed enough, then I don't think it's necessary. It depends on you.
No, it's enough for me, in my opinion. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now ask Madame Court Officer to bring the witness in.
Yeah, it's just before I note the document that is on the screen.
Thank you.
In the meantime, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I don't see the answer with which Mr. Gillissen is satisfied in the transcript before the break. It's not registered. There were microphone not activated, and I don't see that the answer at that time was transcribed. Sorry to put that.
Mr. Witness, welcome back. Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
As you were coming in, Defense Counsel just raised a question with regard to the transcript. Before we will continue with the examination, we will try to solve this issue. So, Defense Counsel, we are going back to the moment just before the break. Let me see. Could you indicate, Defense Counsel, where in the transcript the reply would be lacking of the witness?
If I understand well, at page 72, line 8, was the question of lead counsel Mr. Gillissen. And following that, until the break, I believe there was an exchange, and no answer from the witness was registered in the transcript. I stand to be corrected, but this is what I see in the transcript here.
Okay, let us... Here, this has him. The answer was no. No. Do you recognize this man as having been with you at the time? But in line 12 and 13, without reading it out, or is that a citation?
I believe that is the citation, Your Honor.
Okay. What I'm doing now is going through the transcript to see if any answer was given, because see the reply either. Mr. Prosecutor, have you?
No, Your Honor. The last answer of the witness is my understanding to Your Honor's question at page 71, line 21.
Yes, very well. Then, Defense Counsel, I think that the most practical way would be to re-ask the question, and if I recall well, you had the documents pulled up on the screen. So I would say that we pull up the documents again, and then you ask the same question. We repeat. We just had them. So, Mr. Court Officer, could you please pull up the two documents we just had? And then what we will do for this specific part, we will go into private session. Mr. Court Officer, can you bring us into private session?
You're in private session, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, please proceed.
Yes, I think, my honor, the best is to repeat the question I asked to the witness, to be clear and to be sure not to commit a mistake. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. So, we were talking about a statement you provide, and I quote an extract of your answer, and about the men, the person we saw on the picture, and you see on the picture, I quote the extract of the statement. The question to you was, do you recognize this man as having been with you in the time you were in Cook's? And your answer was, I haven't seen him. Besides the two Roma, I didn't recognize anyone else. And my question is, do you confirm your statement?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I think it's clear. Thank you for that. This is the last question for the cross-examination. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, if I may, before then we proceed, I want to put the record it would have been fairer if the entire section that we read earlier on were to be read to the witness, the part in which he said something else at the beginning.
You may have seen a small hesitation because we are going into redirect. I would say that you can take it up from there. Very well. Then, Mr. Witness, the defense has finalized for now its cross-examination, and we will see if there are any further questions from the SPO. Mr. Prosecutor, would you like to continue with the second
Your
round?
Honors, I have one question, maybe two. Mr. Witness, will...
Okay, please, Mr. Prosecutor, we are now in private session. Would you like to go into public session?
No, Your Honor, I'd like to remain here in private session because I have to discuss again an episode.
Yes, please. Please proceed.
Mr. Witness, I only have a couple of questions. Earlier on today, we discussed at length, starting at about page 16 up to page 22, the time when you heard the shot, there were two persons were wounded in the room, and one of these persons died. Later on, we discussed an instance when Jamshid Krasniqi came into the room, inquired about the mattresses, and inquired about your injuries. Do you recall having this discussion today, Mr. Witness? These two distinct episodes. I think we lost the witness.
Now, at least we lost the connection. I'm sure that that CMU is on it.
Your Honours, we are reconnecting to the remote location now.
Thank you. Hello? Is there somebody? Madam Court Officer, are you there? We will exercise a little bit of patience. I'm sure the situation will be clarified very quickly. We have had 2.5 days of excellent connection, so I'm still very proud of how it is technically proceeding.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honours. It has been re-established.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. Mr. Witness, can you hear me?
Yes.
We had a technical issue and we lost the connection with the remote location, so with you. But it has been re-established, so we can proceed. And I will give now the floor back to Mr. Prosecutor, and he will continue with a few questions he has. You have the floor, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, so I wanted to ask you, there was this episode in which there were shots fired, two persons bleeding and one of them dying. And then later on we discussed about a time where Jamshid Krasniqi came into the room, asked about the mattresses, asked about your injuries. This episode of Jamshid Krasniqi coming into the room, which is, you said, the only time that you saw Jamshid Krasniqi, did it happen? Can I please have on the screen the picture that we were discussing earlier, and I will provide the ARN. The ARN is 059341 to 059350, and it's the last page of this exhibit.
I nodded to Mr. Prosecutor, but for the record, I gave my consent.
The ARN should start from 41, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, thank you. The last page.
Your Honor, if I can interrupt, we are not receiving any evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer.
Yes, now we say thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Witness, this is my last question or two. It concerns this topic. When we interviewed you in 2019, and we showed you this picture, you stated, it's possible that he may have been was an exchange. The presiding judge asked you a few questions, and eventually the presiding judge asked you, okay, but you're saying, and I think we've been discussing this, but you say that he, this man in the picture, was with you in the room where you were being held. He was one of the persons that was there with you. Is that what you're saying? And you answered, yes. Now, because of what you told in 2019 to the prosecution that you could not recognize this man, I think that there's been some confusion here. Today, in the courtroom, what is your testimony? Was this man in the picture detained with you in Kukes in the same room at the time, as you told the presiding judge?
This is leading, Your Honor. He has to put the two options.
No, it's not leading at all. Or maybe it is a closed question, but it is a question that I will allow for, seeing the history of today's questioning.
The question is if you recognize this man today as being somebody you've seen before.
After I saw him on the picture, I remembered that I've seen him also in the room there, but he wasn't there for a long time.
Your Honor, no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Victims' Counsel already informed us that there were no questions, and I see no movement at that side of the table. Defense Counsel, would you like to ask further questions as following up on what has been said in redirect?
Yes, thank you very much, Your Honor. Just one question about the same the same issue. As Mr. Prosecutor say, the witness told us
Mr. Witness, you have been asked questions by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office and by the defense. Now it's the turn for the panel, for the judges to ask you some questions. And we hope that we can gain some more clarity with regard to what you have said today and yesterday, and with regard to prior statements you have given. Yes, we are in private session, and we have to remain in private session due to the nature of the questions, which could reveal the identity of Mr. Witness. Yes, Mr. Witness, yesterday you told us that you were in the camp, that you were told by two people when you were in the camp to come with them, and you were brought to some kind of factory in Koekes. And this is the provisional transcript, page 1187, lines 5 till 10. And the question is, could you explain to the panel why you went with them? Why did you go with them?
Yes, I went because I was told that I had to give an interview.
Feel obliged to go?
No, they just said you have to come with us to give a statement.
So you didn't feel obliged. Did you feel threatened?
No.
What I'm trying to understand is why you went along with them, why you just didn't stay in the camp. I mean, if you were on a no obligation to come with them, why should you go?
I accepted because I didn't know what sort of statement, what question, so I felt obliged to go.
Oh, so you did feel obliged. Were you under the impression that you could have said, no, I'm not coming, I'm staying here?
No, I didn't think of saying I'm gonna stay put. But as soon as they said I had to go with them, I just went along with them and we went there by car.
Do you understand the gist of my question? That I'm trying to understand why you went with them? Was there a kind of pressure?
No, no pressure whatsoever.
Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Very sorry, Your Honor. Just to ask whether we can do this in public.
I considered it, but I was not sure what he was going to say in this respect. But now that we know what he has said, it could have been done, but that was not clear before. So it will be at a later point. We will revise everything, and we can always see what can be brought into public. That's an exercise that is pending for all transcripts. And as a further clarification, we were also talking about the camp, so just wanted to be sure. But I appreciate that we are all thinking of the public and the private. Very well. Mr. Witness, we go to the next question. Yesterday, you told us that you were interrogated once at the factory in Koekes, and that is the provisional transcript, page 1222, lines 19 and 20. And we have already discussed on several occasions about what, the reasons why you were held, but I would like to know about what they interrogated you, and could you tell us some more about that? What kind of questions did they ask you?
The judge asked me questions, where I had worked, what my job had been, and where I had been during the war, and what I had done at that time.
Yes. And what did you tell the judge about what you had done during the war? Do you remember?
Yes, I do remember.
Could you elaborate some more about that? Yes. And was there a reason why you told this to the judge?
The reason was only because he asked me, and I wanted to tell him about what I had done during the war.
Did you think that they, and with they I mean the judge who was interrogating you and the people who held you there at the factory, did you think that they suspected you of being a spy?
I do not know. It's possible, but I do not know.
But did you tell them that you weren't a spy?
Yes, I told him in those words where I had been and what I had done during the war.
I would like to call up the statement 059351 TEET part 2, and then we are talking about page 21, line 12 and 22 and 23, and for the Albanian version that would be also page 21, line 17, and then it's also on page 22, line 6 and 7, but we cannot have all three of them pulled up. And Mr. Court Officer, in this case, I kindly ask you to pull up the 22. Yes, lines 6 and 7. Yeah. Mr. Witness, you told you have said in at an earlier occasion, I told the judge in this incident that I wasn't a spy. And you repeated that to the judge. You said, they asked you, can you explain what was your purpose in telling him this? And him is the judge. In this case, you call him the KLA prosecutor in line 15. And you said, to tell him that I hadn't been a spy of the army, a spy of the KLA. So I ask you again, was there a reason for you to tell that you were not a spy?
Yes, the reason was that I wanted to confirm that I wasn't a spy, that I was clean.
But had they given you the impression that they thought otherwise?
No, but I was thinking myself that that could be a problem.
And I will leave it there, Mr. Witness. Thank
We are in public session, Your Honours.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. We have finalized the questioning by the parties. We have done some questioning in private by the panel, and we will continue with some more questions by the panel in private. So, Mr. Court Officer, can you bring us back into private, please?
We are in private session, Your Honours.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. Mr. Witness, I will now give the floor to my colleague on my left-hand side, Judge BT, to ask you some further questions. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Judge. I will start by a simple question on the topic which was touched upon already by my colleague, which is the time when you were taken from the camp to the Cookes Metal Factory. And we discussed that yesterday. It's at page 1187, lines 3 to 10. Two very simple questions, because my colleague already touched upon this. Were you presented, Mr. Witness, with an official document at the time those persons came to the camp? Were you presented with an official document like, for example, a warrant or a summons?
Yeah.
No.
Did those persons that came tell you that you were suspected of having committed a crime?
Yeah.
No.
I will go now to the second topic, and Madam Presiding Judge, I will try to do that in public session.
Mr. Court Officer, can you bring us into public session, please?
We are in public session, Your Honours.
Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Judge. Mr. Witness, now I go to another topic, and it's about the moment where you were detained. I would like to inquire with you how many persons were detained with you. Yesterday, at page 70 of the provisional transcript, line 18, you stated that when you arrived in the room, you saw 7 to 8 persons in that room where you were detained. My first question is the following. Did those 7 or 8 persons that were there when you arrived in that detention room remain the same during your time of detention there?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Were some people released from that detention room during the time you were detained, and did other detainees come?
Yeah, they come.
No, a couple left. I didn't notice any others. Perhaps there were some before me being there. I do not know.
Just a clarification, there were 7 or 8 who were present when you arrived?
Yes.
I would like to, on that issue, I would like to refresh your memory with the statement you gave to the SPO, and that's 059351 TRET Part 3. This is page 17, lines 8 to 9. The Albanian version will be given later. I'm sorry about that. And you stated, actually it was stated to you, you mentioned in your earlier statement that while you were in the detention, some new prisoners arrived, whilst some of the original group left. Do you remember saying that? That actually some new prisoners arrived in the detention room, whilst some of the original group left. Did you remember saying that? Mr. Witness, do I have to repeat my question?
Your Honours,
Yeah,
we have lost the connection. We are reconnecting.
Okay.
Your Honours, we can see you now and hear you, Madam.
Okay, maybe I will, Mr. Witness, you seem a bit tired, so it will not last for very long. And thank you for your patience. I will repeat my question. In the statement to the SPO, apparently you said that when you were in detention, some new prisoners arrived, whilst some of the original group left. Did you remember saying that? That while you were detained, some prisoners were leaving, but others came?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you remember if there was actually a turnover in that detention room? How many people? Do you remember how many people were leaving where others were coming?
No, I cannot remember.
Thank you very much. I have a last question on this topic. You said that in that room you were, at the moment you arrived, including yourself, 8 or 9. Were you at any point of time during your detention in that room more than 8 or 9?
Yeah.
No, we were not that many. That was the approximate number.
Okay, thank you very much. I go now to another topic, which is a topic related to what you said concerning the Romas who were detained with you. You said at page 1219, lines 6 to 13 of yesterday's transcript, the Roma brothers would go out to do the work. Maybe that cannot be done. I wanted to try, but...
Mr. Court Officer, can you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honor, if I may, we did check yesterday our brief.
You're in private session, Your Honor.
We did check our brief yesterday, and we did not find any reductions to these prisoners, to the Roma brothers. I just wanted to clarify that.
That we did not discuss it yesterday. Sorry, I didn't
No,
understand.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Our position remains that the Roma brothers are not protected witnesses, and we are not aware of reasons why their identity should remain protected in these proceedings as victims of these crimes, or alleged victims as things stand now.
The idea would more be that the witness would be telling about his presence, in the room, and that maybe could be identifying in some way. But let us, if it's possible to, if we can disclose it at a later time, then we will do it. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I can do the beginning in private session, and then when I will ask more general question about the condition of the Romas, then we can go in public session. So you said, page 1219, lines 6 to 13, the Roma brothers would go out to do the work. And you then say, they would clean the courtyard and then would come back to the room. My first question is the following, Mr. Witness. Was it only the Romas who were asked to do that work?
Yes.
Why? Why were only the Romas asked to do that work?
I myself don't know.
Did the Romas have a special treatment in that detention center?
No, during the time I was there with them, they didn't.
Because yesterday at page 1220, line 6, you said Roma brothers were beaten the most with rubber batons. Could you explain to us why they were beaten the most?
I don't know. I don't know either what the reason was.
When the guards or other people were coming in the room where you were all detained, were the Romas addressed in a different way than the other detainees?
No.
Thank you very much. I will go now to another topic, and I'm approaching to the end of my questions. and it's a topic which was touched upon yesterday, where you said that, and that it's at page 1222, lines, and it starts at line 2. You said all of us who were there in the room were beaten one by one without any discrimination. But at the same time, on page 1220, you said that you were facing the wall. I have a question with regard, and that therefore you could not recognize the people who were beating the detainees. With regard to the beatings inside the room, did you hear your co-detainees screaming or complaining where they were beaten? I guess it broke again.
Mr. Court Officer, it's frozen. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. I see that the connection has been restored. Mr. Witness, bear with us a little bit more. We're almost there. Can you hear me fine? Yes, I see you nodding. Okay.
Yes.
You have the floor.
Thank you. You could not see or recognize the people who were beating your co-detainees. Did you hear the screams or the complaints of your co-detainees when they were beaten in the room?
Some of them, yes.
Did you hear the sound of people being beaten?
Yes.
Very much. I will go now to my last topic, so it's a few minutes now. It's about what happened outside.
Sorry, can you go into public?
Yes, let's try to go into public session.
Mr. Court Officer, can you bring us into public session, please?
We are in public session, Your Honours.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Judge. Mr. Witness, I will now speak about what happened outside the room where you were detained. Yesterday, page 1222, lines 19 to 24, you said, you were asked, were you taken outside the room for interrogation? Yes, only once. Who else among the people that we have discussed today, was taken out for interrogation? Yes, they would take us from the room and bring us to somewhere else. My first question is, do you know what happened to your co-detainees when they would be taken out and brought somewhere else?
No, I didn't know anything.
Did you hear people like screams or complaints?
No, outside the room, I did not hear anything.
What did you see on them when they would come back from those interrogations outside?
I could not see or notice anything because it was dark. It was at night.
I will, in order to refresh your memory, refer to a document, and I will give the reference. Is document SITF 0001 3047, and it goes until 60. And I will ask the page 13 to be put on the screen, which is SITF 0001 3059. This is what you said. Ask you if you remember that and if this refresh your memory. When I was interviewed, I know that I kept hoping they would interview me at daytime, as the thought of being interviewed during the night was scary. As the other people who were interviewed at night, the way they came back was not to be envied. And then you were asked, why? They were beaten so severely, they were almost about to drop. They were beyond beaten. Do you remember that, Mr. Witness?
Yes, I do remember.
Is that correct? Were they coming back in a way which was not to be envied?
Yes, that's how it was, but we could not see them at night because it was dark. We could only hear them talking amongst each other.
But I guess to say that the way they came back was not to be envied, and they were beaten so severely they were almost about to drop, that I guess you must have seen something, either during the night or during the following morning. Am I correct or not?
Yes, only in the morning we could see, if anything.
So then they were in such a state that you were afraid of seeing them in that state. Is that correct, Mr. Witness?
Yes, that's true.
Does that mean, just to have a few more details, does that mean that they had scars, that they had blood on them, or could they stand up? Could you describe a little bit?
I did not see any blood, but they did feel pain on their bodies. I didn't see any blood.
Did you see marks on their face or on their bodies?
On their faces, no. As for their bodies, I could not see.
Could they stand up?
Yes, in the morning, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for your patience, Mr. Witness. I have finished with my question, Madam Presiding Judge. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I look at my right-hand side. Do you have any questions? No? Do you have questions? Mr. Witness, I will give the floor to Judge Mikola at my far right-hand side.
Mr. Witness, could you estimate the time between three events you've mentioned? The shot you heard, escorting injured man to the room, and the presence of the doctor. These three events were mentioned many times in the transcript, but I will quotate three parts. It's page 12, line 12, page 10, line 23, page 20, line 18. Of the provisional transcript. Thank you.
I cannot remember, but it was in the meantime, not very far apart from each other.
Mm-hmm. And one additional question. How did you recognize that the persons were medical doctors? And if you saw some medical intervention?
As usual, he was wearing a white coat. And he bandaged his wound. I don't know what exactly he did.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Presiding Judge.
Thank you. So, now, Mr. Witness, we have reached the end of your testimony, and I would like to thank you for the effort you have put in giving your testimony. I am sure that it will assist us in order to find the truth. So again, thank you very much. Madam Court Officer will escort you out, and I need to remind you that you should not discuss the testimony you have given here in this court with anyone. Have a good afternoon. Mr. Court Officer, could you please assist us with disconnecting the video link?
The connection to the remote location has been terminated, Your Honours.
Thank you very much. Before I will give the floor to the parties and Victims' Counsel, if they would like to raise any matters with the panel, I inform you that tomorrow we will make use of the day in court we have at our disposition for some oral orders we will be issuing. So tomorrow at 2 o'clock we will be in court again, so the hearing will be adjourned till tomorrow at 2 o'clock in order for us to be able to issue some oral orders on different matters that are pending before this panel. Yes? Very well. Then, Specialist Prosecutor's Office, is there anything you would like to raise with the panel?
No, thank you.
Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Yes, please. Thank you, Your Honour. It's a proposal that I've discussed with my colleagues in the SPO and with the defence team, and it's a proposal for streamlining the procedure in relation to presentation queues. In case 6, an oral order was made on the 13th of April of this year, and in the transcript for that case, it's page 2813, lines 17 to 21. And the order was simply this, that the parties and participants were to only upload material additional to the calling parties list on their presentation queues. And what it really comes down to is this, that at the moment we have a system in this case where a presentation queue is made by the calling party, and then we largely, or very often, mimic that and reproduce it, which means that it's much more difficult to see what new information is going to be relied on in the case. And it'll make life, I think, easier for everybody, including the panel. So that's the proposal that I have, that be added to Your Honour's list of oral orders for tomorrow, if it finds favour with the panel.
Thank you, Victims' Counsel. Defence Counsel.
No observation, Your Honour. No observation.
Well, thank you. Then I thank the parties and Victims' Counsel for their attendance, and I also want to thank the interpreters and the stenographer and the audiovisual booth and the security for their assistance. Today, the hearing is adjourned till tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
All rise.